for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the Los Angeles Angels. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Monday evening to you, wherever you may be. For the two ball clubs colliding for the first time this year, for the Angels, well, they arrive having swept Seattle, and they are 5.5 games behind Texas. The Dodgers have beaten the Angels 8 of the last 10 meetings. Interesting thing, 15, in other words, half of the 30 major league teams are under 500 at home, and that goes for these two clubs. The Dodgers are 9-11 at home, and for the Angels, they're 6-12. The Angels, of course, decimated by injuries, so they're trying to regroup, and they'll bring back Matt Shoemaker. Shoemaker, good pitcher with a splitter, has trouble with control and pays the price. He was 1-5, and they brought him back. For Shoemaker against the Dodgers, no record, and for the Dodgers, they'll counter with Kenta Maeda. Maeda, with a record of 3-2, lost 2 of his 3 previous starts, trying to get back on track in his first meeting against the Angels. This is game 1 of 4, 2 games here at Dodger Stadium, followed by 2 in Anaheim. Just sit back, relax, pull up a chair. Should have a good ball game and a whole lot more coming up right after this. Bonnie, and a very pleasant Monday night as the Dodgers and Angels get together. Former teammates talking, Mike Trout along with Howie Kendrick talking. Calhoun is over to talk, and right in the middle of things, young Jock Peterson listening to what Mike Trout has to say. Meanwhile, the Dodgers take the field, and the Dodgers and Angels ready to go after each other for the first time this year. For years, it seemed like this series was dominated by the Angels. From 1997 through 2013, they had beaten the Dodgers 56 times and lost only 40. However, of late, the last 10 games, the Dodgers have won 8 of the 10. So here's the Angel lineup. Yunel Escobar opening up at third, Cole Calhoun in right, and Mike Trout in center. Albert Pujols hitting cleanup at first. Daniel Nava will be in left field. Johnny Giovatella will be the second baseman. Carlos Perez, the catcher. Matt Shoemaker bats eighth, and Gregorio Petit bats ninth. All eyes now on Kenta Maeda as he warms up. Turns for a moment to say something, maybe a prayer of some kind. Now turns around and gets ready to pitch to Yunel Escobar. Kenta Maeda losing his last game. He has lost 2 of his last 3. This will be his 8th start with a very good earned run average of 2.3. And it'll be Escobar, Calhoun, and Trite. Couple of notes about the Angels on offense. As Maeda into the windup, Kenta delivers, fastball fouled away. The Angels don't strike out. They're 15th in strikeouts in the American League and 43% below the average. So when they go up there, they usually make contact. They're also 15th lowest in swing and misses, so you can put plays on. And finally, they will surprise you. They bunt a lot. The next pitch is swung on, and a towering fly ball down the left field line. It is hooking foul and out of play. That had plenty behind it, but it was just pulled too much. Yunel Escobar is a hot hitter over the last 16 games, hitting .369. He has 44 hits. That will make him second in the American League amongst third basemen, behind only Manny Machado. Maeda into the windup. Now his strike 2 pitch on the way. Fastball is low, skips in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. By the way, Escobar is certainly no stranger here. In 21 career games at Dodger Stadium, he's hitting .325 with 5 doubles and 23 runs batted in. So Escobar trying to get the Angels going in the right direction. Swings, big chopper to short, backhanded by Seager. Guns it over the first in time for the out. Take a look at the Dodgers with the leather, and they shape up this way. Gonzalez and Utley on the right side. Seager and Kendrick on the left. And the outfield, Crawford, Peterson, and Thompson. Nothing wrong with Puig. Dave Roberts just felt he should give him a day off. And Grandal behind the plate. So here's Cole Calhoun. Calhoun for the last 2 weeks has been swinging a hot bat. .392 here at Dodger Stadium in his young career. He has 6 hits in 12 career at bats. He's picked up 7 RBIs in the last 4 games. So a good hitter, left-hand batter, Cole Calhoun, with Mike Trout behind him. First pitch, low and away, a little sinker. 1 ball and no strikes. The Angels right now 5 games under .500. Third place, 5.5 games behind Texas. Pujols trying to help to get them going in the right direction. And they have a little 3-game winning streak. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Slow breaking ball at 72. Drops in for a strike. So Maeda got Escobar working on Calhoun. 1-1. Calhoun checking in at the plate, hitting .308, 3 home runs, 20 runs batted in. Here comes Maeda, off speed, a little low, sinker. 2-1 the count. Little difference this time. The last time that Maeda went to the mound, he drew Noah Syndergaard as his opponent. Maeda is maybe 5'11", 160. Syndergaard 6'6" and throws 100 miles an hour. Off speed, great changeup, drops in, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Angels have struggled in a lot of areas offensively. We told you about the good things. They don't strike out. They bunt a lot. They make a lot of contact. Maeda ready. 2-2 pitch on the way, and that's low and inside, ball 3. What the Angels don't do well on offense, for instance, they're below average in hitting for extra bases, despite the fact Mike Scioscia has Mike Trout and Albert Pujols. Still, they don't get a lot of extra base hits. 14th lowest in doubles, 15th lowest in home runs. That's really a surprise. The Angels are not a running club. They don't steal bases. 3-2 on the way. Swung on and missed, and down goes Calhoun. So Maeda picks up a K, and with 2 out, here is Mike Trout. Trout, whose very presence shakes up the crowd. It'll be interesting to see now whether Mike Trout swings at the first pitch. He rarely does. This year, he's suddenly gone 6 for 9 with 2 home runs on the first pitch, so hold on to your hats. Mike batting .312. Into the windup goes Maeda. Here's the pitch, and it's taken for a strike at the knees, and the count 0-1. Trout not only hitting .300, 8 home runs, 25 runs batted in, and 3 stolen bases. Strike 1 pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded to third, backhanded by Kendrick, who throws him out. So a nice 1-2-3 by Kenta Maeda. And at the end of half an inning, the Angels nothing, and the Dodgers coming up. To score. Here come the Dodgers. We'll read the names on Dave Roberts' card. It'll be Chase Utley opening up at second base, Corey Seager at short, Howie Kendrick at third, Adrian Gonzalez hitting cleanup at first. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate, Jock Peterson in center, Trace Thompson in right, Carl Crawford in left, Kenta Maeda on the mound. On the mound, Matt Shoemaker, big boy out of Eastern Michigan University, 6'2", 225. He basically relies on the splitter. He had a tremendous 2014 when he was 16-4. He did everything right that year. His splitter is a big pitch. It's also difficult to throw for strikes and keep it down in the zone. Interesting, in that big year of 2014, as he makes his pitch to Utley. It's in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Chase Utley doing a great job, hitting .281, but .338 on the road and less than .200 at home. Here's the strike one pitch on the way, swung on, grounded foul, 0-2. We mentioned that there's a remarkable thing going on. Half the teams in the major league, half of them, 15 clubs, are under 500 at home. Remember, the home field advantage, etc. is not working. Strike two pitch on the way. Utley flinches, takes low and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Chase. So Matt Shoemaker, he of the famous beard, looks down to get a sign. Right-hander heaves a sigh as he peers over the fingertips of his glove. Comes with a fastball fouled away at 94. Interesting note about Matt Shoemaker. In 2014, he not only did not allow a home run to any cleanup hitter, but the cleanup hitters batted .190 against him. Matt 1-2. Fastball just low, and the count 2-2. One of the old expressions in baseball, it's tough enough to get here, but it's even tougher to stay here. Well, Matt could write a book about that. From 16-4, he's 1-5 right now. Off speed pitch. Utley just did get a little bit of it and foul it away. Shoemaker's beard has been the topic of a lot of talk. Comparisons have been made to Billy Mays and allegations that Shoemaker and his beard are more powerful than the Iron Man, Captain America, and even Superman as well. 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, and down goes Utley. Talking about his beard for the moment, the Arkansas Travelers, pretty famous ball club, commemorated Shoemaker's beard in a t-shirt form as well as a removable goatee. So he strikes out Utley, and here comes Corey Seager, who hit 2 home runs in the ball game last night to account for the only 2 runs the Dodgers scored against the Cardinals. So Corey checking in, hitting .289, 4 home runs in the last 5 games. Shoemaker's first pitch, swung on and missed. Here's where Corey is and what he's doing now in his young career. His first career multi-home run game last night when he had 2, and he's had 4 in his last 5 games. Takes it a little low, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out, bottom of the first, no score. Shoemaker turns, ready, and comes back 1-1, drops it a little low. 2-1 the count. For Shoemaker, well, I would think the defining moment of 2014. Family and friends traveled from Trenton, Michigan to Southern California and watch him beat his hometown Tigers and Justin Verlander with 7 scoreless innings. That had to be a night to remember. 3-1 the count to Corey Seager. On deck, Howie Kendrick. Shoemaker ready, and the 3-1 pitch, that swung on and missed. Doesn't seem to make any difference left-handed or right-handed to Shoemaker. Left-hand hitters hitting .256. Right-hand hitters are hitting, .256. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. Fastball foul back, just off the bat. Seager trying to hold back. 3-2 the count. On the road, Shoemaker is 14-7. And in the second half of his career, he's 12-5. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on, high fly ball to center, straight away and shallow. Trout comes in and puts it away, and we have 2 down. Let's take a look at the Angels as they shack up defensively. Pujols and Gio Votella, Petit and Escobar on the left side. Daniel Nava in left, Michael Trout in center, Cole Calhoun in right, Carlos Perez behind the plate. So Howie Kendrick is checking in. Kendrick trying to get started. Played a long time, about 9 seasons with the Angels, but right now hitting only .202. First pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count 0-1. 2 down, first inning, no score. Dodgers have beaten the Angels 8 of the last 10. And the strike one pitch to Kendrick. He swings, and a high fly ball to left center looks playable, and Trout's on the track to make the catch. So Kendrick, a long fly ball for an out. The Dodgers go 1-2-3. Nothing like Angel and Dodger fans getting together, especially if they're male and female. No score at the end of an inning. Score in the ball game: Albert Pujols, Daniel Nava, and then Johnny Giovatella. Albert Pujols on his way to the Hall of Fame, dropping off at Dodger Stadium. Because this is a National League home park game, there's no designated hitter. So the job is for Pujols to play first all 3 games. He takes an off-speed pitch outside, ball 1. Pujols 6'3", 230. One of the great players the game has ever produced. Out of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. 13th round draft pick by the Cardinals in 1999. Waves at a pitch, doesn't get it, and the count 1-1. So Pujols will try to play all 3 games. He played all 3 games in Milwaukee, as in appeared in all 37 of the Angel games so far this year. However, hitting just 197. 1 ball and 1 strike to Albert. And the 1-1 pitch on the way. Pujols lifts it back a second, shallow right center. Peterson is calling and will put it away. So with 1 away, Daniel Nava coming up. One of the problems that the Angels have had, the fact no power from left field. They have 1 home run from the left field position. Last year, the left fielders hit 9. Houston, for instance, their left fielders hit 35. The Dodgers hit 19 last year. The pitch to Nava, left-hand batter. He looks at a strike, and the count 0-1. Nava switches, but batting left-handed now. And talking about the Dodger left field, they have only 3 home runs this year. Nava waiting. He's from Redwood City, lives in Los Altos, and fouls it back. 0-2 to Daniel. Originally signed by the Red Sox. He can play outfield and first base, so if they're going to rest Pujols in a game, he might be one of the candidates. Nava waiting, no balls, 2 strikes. Maeda looks in to get the sign. Now to the windup. Strike 2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball that was up. So Nava, who is 5'10", got a pitch up around the shoulders, tried to uppercut it, and came up empty. 2 strikeouts for Maeda. And the batter now, Johnny Giovitella. Giovitella, a good hustling ball player, hitting .242. Takes a pitch high, ball 1. One of the men in his life was Ron Washington, who worked out with him 3 times a week all winter, 90 minutes each session. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Johnny swings, fouls it back. They would start working on his hips, then his legs, then his hands, then practice tracking pitchers, angling towards ground balls. And by the final session, Ron Washington was convinced his pupil would be a solid second baseman this year. Interesting too about Giovitella. 1-1 pitch on the way, taken off the plate. He is not a big man at all, and his very first major league at bat and his major league debut, batting 9th in the lineup, came up to the plate with the bases loaded and hit a grand slam home run. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. He happened to hit that grand slam against the Philadelphia right-hander who is now a Dodger, Joe Blanton. He became the 4th player in Major League history to hit a grand slam in his first appearance. And would you believe, his second time at bat, he came up with the bases loaded and struck out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giovitella swings, a little chopper. Maeda's going to barehanded turn, throw, and get him at first base. Nice play by Maeda. That ball hit about halfway towards third base. So down go the Angels. Dodgers coming up with Adrian Gonzalez, followed by Yasmani Grandal and then Jock Peterson. Bottom of the 2nd, no score. Bottom of the 2nd inning, no score in the ball game. Maeda made 11 pitchers to retire the side. Now the Dodgers with Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez checking in, hitting .288. He's had 19 walks, so a veteran hitter who is very patient, checking in against Matt Shoemaker. Shoemaker at one time was a pretty good corner infielder when he was in college. Gonzalez swings, doesn't get it, and the count 0-1. But one day in Michigan, he slipped on a patch of ice, fell and broke his left arm. Here's the strike one pitch on the way, and that's off the plate. The defining moment, we had told you about the game that he beat Verlander in Detroit. But before that, it was another defining moment, only it was the low spot. 1-1 pitch outside, ball two. 2007, Shoemaker watched 1,453 players get selected instead of him. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, 2-2. So when you're that low on the totem pole, but you want to play this game, he signed for $10,000 as an undrafted free agent. Matt ready, and the 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped foul up along first base, though the count stays. Shoemaker, in case you forgot, in 2014, he emerged from the shadows and he wound up second to Jose Abreu of the White Sox for the American League Rookie of the Year award. So that'll show you 16-4, second for the Rookie of the Year, and before you know it, back in the minors. 2-2 the count. Shoemaker ready, and his 2-2 pitch just inside, ball three. 3-2 the count. So it took him 6 years in the minor leagues to arrive in Anaheim, had a big year, and then all of a sudden it dissolved. Being that he was an infielder in college, he had a poster in his bedroom, not of a pitcher, but of Cecil Fielder. Meanwhile, Adrian swings and misses. Down he goes. Second strikeout for Matt Shoemaker. And Yasmani Grandal coming up. Mike Scioscia has really suffered a blow. His pitching staff has been decimated and disabled. Andrew Haney, left flexor. Garrett Richards, right elbow. C.J. Wilson, left shoulder. Houston Street, left oblique. News on Garrett Richards, however. He has decided no surgery. Shoemaker ready, comes to his hitter, and is low, ball one. What Richards will do, he'll have the platelet-rich plasma injected, and we'll have a pretty good idea if he can pitch again in about 6 weeks. 1-0 pitch on the way. That's high, ball two. 2-0 to Yasmani Grandal. Shoemaker has retired 4 in a row. Matt works from the middle of the rubber, and with a change it floats very high. 3-0 the count to Grandal. Well, Grandal has the power, so you wouldn't be surprised if they green lighted him 3-0. Shoemaker ready, and here he comes. 3-0 fastball in there. 3-1. Jock Peterson waiting on deck. Shoemaker doesn't fool around. He's ready and comes right back. 3-1. It's swung on and missed. 3-2. Grandal getting deep in the count, going as far as you can go. Hitters who put the first pitch in play have done very well against Shoemaker. 3-2 pitches, swung on and missed. Fastball up. So for Shoemaker, he now has 3 strikeouts, 2 in the inning. He's retired 5 in a row. And Jock Peterson coming up. Bases empty, 2 down. Dodgers load up the right side. Peterson hitting .245 with a half a dozen home runs. My, how the time flies by for Peterson. This would be his 170th start. So young Jock checks in. Here comes Shoemaker. Fastball in for a strike. Shoemaker, in talking about his deficiencies, what sent him back to the major leagues was he was up in the strike zone. Now he's concentrating on the mitt. He's in the dirt because Carlos Perez was set so low his glove was almost in the dirt. So that's his key. Hit the catcher's mitt. 1 ball and 1 strike. And a fastball high, so he was way off, and Soto immediately gestured, get it down. Carlos Perez, a very good defensive catcher. 2-1. Next pitch finds the mark, and the count 2-2. Jock Peterson is a puzzle. At home, he is no advertisement for home cooking, hitting .154 with 1 home run. On the road, batting .305 with 5 home runs. 2-2 the count. 2 out, bases empty. No score, bottom of the second. Shoemaker delivers and drops a splitter low, and the count 3-2. We mentioned earlier, Shoemaker is very strong with 2 out. Kershaw and Trout, 2 fans wearing those jerseys, taken in the game. 3-2 is way outside, ball 4. So if you take the goal, and remember Clayton Kershaw pitches tomorrow night.
Number 21,
if you take
Thompson.
Schumacher's goal, all you have to do is look down and see if he's hitting Perez mitt. That's the whole goal of it. So Matt, right foot planted, middle of the rubber, and here's Trace Thompson. Trace Thompson, of course, played against the Angels a lot in the American League, hitting over 300 this month, 275 for the year, and they load up the left side. Peterson takes a lead. Matt ready, turns, throws back to first, and diving back is Peterson. So Matt Shoemaker has 2 down, second inning, no score. First game of a 4-game series, 2 here, 2 in Anaheim. Deep in thought, Kenta Maeda in the far end of the Dodger dugout. Peterson inching off the bag. Now the pitch to Trace Thompson, swung on and missed. That off-speed pitch, they tell me, is the splitter. He uses it as a changeup. Matt looking, checking, throws a 2-seam sinker, then the 4-seamer, splitter, curveball. That's about it. That's enough. Shoemaker set at the belt. Another look over at first. Now the right-hander fires over there. Peterson running back to the bag. Albert Pujols holding a corner as Peterson takes his lead. 2 down, no score. Shoemaker at the belt, looking over his shoulder at Peterson. Now the pitch to Thompson is taken off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. We talked about the splitter, the fact that he throws so many of them. And in the midst of a down season last year, that was the pitch that depraved and betrayed him. Matt straightens up. Peterson, cautious lead. 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball high and inside. Ball 2, 2-1. When he had that great year in 2014, the hitters hit .227. Then last year, all of a sudden they slugged .435, and a lot of it against the splitter. Peterson trying to find a hold in his delivery. Here's the 2-1 pitch coming up to Trace Thompson, and it swung on and missed. Seemed to slide down and away. 2-2 the count to Trace Thompson. Pujols and Carlos Perez checking over there, waiting on deck. Carl Crawford. We'll watch Peterson 2-2. And he draws another throw and has to go back head first. No score in the second. 5 in a row retired until Peterson walked. Maeda has retired 6 Angels in a row. Shoemaker at the belt, and the 2-2 pitch coming up. Another throw to first. The one thing, Shoemaker is not going to let Peterson have an advantage, and Mike Scioscia flashing things out to Perez. Though the battle within the war. Again, Peterson inching away, not going. 2-2 pitches low, ball 3. So 3-2. Carl Crawford waiting on deck. 2 down, second inning, no score. Though a big pitch with 2 out. Peterson will be going. Shoemaker reading Carlos Perez. Now the right-hander ready. Left side loaded up in the infield. There goes Peterson, and it's off the plate. Ball 4. So after 2 consecutive strikeouts, he walks 2. Good discipline by Thompson to lay off that pitch. So 2 on, 2 out, and Carl Crawford coming up. Charles Nagy, the pitching coach for the Angels, going out to counsel Matt Shoemaker. Give you an idea what'll happen as they're talking, I'm sure, about getting that split finger over. 2014, Mike Scioscia saw Shoemaker strike out 124. And about half of them were cut down on the splitter. And then last year, most of the home runs were hit off the splitter. So let's see about Carl Crawford. 2 on, 2 out, no score. Crawford struggling at 196. Shoemaker checking the runners. And the first pitch coming in, swung on, line drive to left field. It's a one-hopper picked up by Neva. Poor throw, and the run will score easily. Well, Shoemaker perhaps trying to get started. Got one right over the plate, and Crawford bangs it into left field. Peterson scoring easily to give the Dodgers the 1-0 lead. Stopping at second was Trace Thompson. This has been a very difficult inning for Shoemaker. The reason, he struck out Gonzalez, struck out Grandal, walked Peterson and Thompson. All of those at bat, every hitter, the count went to 3-2. And then Crawford came up and banged the base hit to left. So now he has Kenta Maeda at the plate. Still runners at first and second. And the fastball swung on and missed. Crawford with a base hit, run batted in, and the Dodgers lead 1-0. Oh, 1 the count. Dodgers jumping out in front. Shoemaker set, checks, ready, fires, a little low. 1 ball and 1 strike. So he's now up to 44 pitches, which means he's made 28 pitches here in the second inning. The other night, we saw Carlos Martinez make 40 pitches in an inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Line drive, base hit into left field. Here comes Thompson to score. Nava gets the ball back in, and the Dodgers lead 2-0. Maeda, by the way, has his second run batted in and his second hit. Has to be maddening for a pitcher like Matt Washington. Strike out the first 2 hitters and then walk 2 and give up 2 hits, and he's down 2-0. One thing the Dodgers know, that Daniel Nava out there in left field does not have the kind of an arm that would slow the base runners down. So Maeda an RBI, and now here is Utley, the 7th man to come to the plate. Shuke trying to get that last out. Ground foul, bangs up against the railing of the Angel dugout. Utley struck out in the first inning. Oh, and 1. How easy it seemed for him when he struck out Gonzalez and Grandal. Strike 1 pitch on the way, and Utley a ground ball up along first. Fair ball. Pujols takes it to the bag, and that's it. 7 men come to the plate. Maeda gets an RBI. Crawford gets an RBI. And the Dodgers at the end of 2 lead the Angels 2-0. Arms, he has a Dodger cap on, he has an Angel windbreaker on, and he has the wildest set of pants you'll see this side of Barnum and Bailey. So he's having a ball, although I don't think he's quite aware of what's going on. He's that young. Meanwhile, Carl Crawford is very much aware of what's going on. He got a base hit, run batted in. Shoemaker made 31 pitches, a lot of swings and misses. Shoemaker had 11, but the Dodgers still roughed him up. So Perez, then Shoemaker batting 8th, and then Petit. First pitch off the plate, ball 1. One and 0 the count to Carlos Perez. Very good defensive catcher out of Venezuela. Maeda deals, gets a strike. In his major league debut, Carlos Perez hit a walk-off home run. Only the 4th player to ever do that. We had Giovitella hitting the grand slam, but how about a walk-off? Swings, doesn't get it, 1 and 2. Who are the 4? Well, way back in 1971, Billy Parker, Josh Bard, 2002, Miguel Cabrera, and Carlos Perez. Now the 1-2 pitch on the way. That's off the plate. Perez from Valencia, and Maeda from Japan trying to put him away. His family was watching that game when he hit the walk-off home run on a laptop. 2-2 pitch coming up. Swung on, hit to the gap in left center. There's nobody there. So over to get it is Crawford, breezing into second base easily is Carlos Perez. He was all over that pitch, so that breaks his string. Maeda had retired 6 in a row, and a bullet into left center. So Perez out there, and here comes Shoemaker, followed by Petit. Carlos stings one, and here's Shoemaker. Well, he was an infielder in college. I'm not sure if that means anything with the bat in the big leagues, but we'll find out in a minute. Dodgers look bunt. Howie Kendrick, caddy corner at third. Gonzalez ready to charge the plate. Shoemaker is going to swing and takes it instead. Ball 1. He had the bat out in front to bunt, pulled it back, and then just took it. Old pal Ron Renicky coaching at third. Of course, there's an alumni, former Dodgers, now with the Angels. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball in there for a strike, and the count 1-1. Normally we'd look over and see Dino Ebell coaching at third, Albert Griffin. Instead, Gary DiSarcina is over there, and Albert in the dugout. Griffin laughing about something. Very likable guy. The 1-1 pitch swung on, little nubber back to the box. Runner holds, and Maeda throws him out. So 1 out. A reminder, don't forget, Wednesday, May 25th, 40,000 fans in attendance. The first of them will receive an Adrian Gonzalez big hit celebration bobblehead presented by Time Warner Cable. So for tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Gregorio Jesus Petit from Venezuela. 5'10", about 160, 32 years old. Originally signed by the Oakland A's about 15-16 years ago. And ball 1. The fellow who was impressed by his abilities was Julio Franco. You may remember him for sure. When he was in AAA playing at Oklahoma City, he hit 2 grand slams in 1 game. I'm sure that caught everybody's attention. The 1-0 pitch, a line drive exploding, skipping through, and they're going to wave in the runner on Crawford, who has a poor throwing arm. Not only does the run score, it was such a bad throw it could not be cut off, and that allowed Petit to go to second base. So for a veteran outfielder, that was a very bad play. And let's face it, if Yasiel Puig had done that, they'd be all over about how he missed the cutoff. But Crawford, who certainly knows better than that, airmailed one, and it wasn't even close. So it's a big play, and Puig is sitting there thinking, it happens to others besides me. So Petit, a single to left, takes second on the throw. Perez scoring from second, and it's 2-1 in favor of the Dodgers, and Yuniel Escobar coming up. Escobar, good right-hand batter. He's from Cuba and was originally signed by the Braves in the 2nd round. Maeda delivers, fastball swung on and missed, and the count 0-1. Escobar has put up some pretty good numbers in 139 games last year with the Nationals. He hit .314. Shortstop, third baseman. He escaped from Cuba in October of 2004. Strike 1 pitch on the way, flared into right field, base hit. charging Thompson. They will stop the runner Petit at third base. So Maeda, who was backing up, standing, kind of stretched, hit his glove with his fist, and now slowly walking back. So he was in perfect position. Thompson throwing to the plate, and Maeda, like they tell you in the book, lined up behind the catcher. So 3 hits in the inning. Runners at first and third for the Angels. And the batter is Cole Calhoun. Calhoun struck out in the first inning. Maeda being roughed up a little bit here. Dodgers 2 runs, 2 hits. The Angels 1 run, 3 hits. Calhoun has something he can always tell his grandchildren. Last year, he was the only big leaguer to hit a home run against both Clayton Kershaw and Zach Greinke. Cole out of Buckeye, Arizona, trying to pick up a tying run at least. Swings hard, misses, and the count 0-1. Cal went to Arizona State. Cole Allen Calhoun. First and third, 1 out. Perez doubled with 1 out. Petit singled him home, and then Escobar singled Petit to third. Maeda taking too much time. Cole backs out. Cole is 5'10", 200 pounds, hitting in front of Mike Trout. That's what makes him so important. Strike 1 pitch on the way, low in the dirt, scrambling, blocked by Grandal, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. So a nice block. 1-1. Cole majored in interdisciplinary studies at Arizona State. He went to state because his grandfather is a big baseball fan for the Arizona team, and he wanted to play for his grandfather. 1-1 the count. Next pitch picks up the inside corner for a strike, and the count 1-2. Calhoun started the night hitting .308, 3 home runs, 20 runs batted in. Made his major league debut 4 years ago. First hit a double in his second major league at bat. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Maeda backs off the rubber. The Angels had some fun with that ball that was his first hit. They had his name misspelled. The date of the hit was incorrect. It was a typical ball player trick on another, but that was not the real ball, and they gave him the good one, which is a cherished souvenir. 1-2 to Calhoun. 1 out and Trout on deck. Maeda ready, works away. That evens it up 2-2. Maeda doesn't know it, but Trout was hitting only .220 as late in April. But since the 20th of April, look out, hitting .364. Big sigh from Maeda. 1 out. Runners at the corners. 2-1 Dodgers. Maeda at the belt. Here he comes, and it's taken low. So he goes 3-2 with 1 out. We'll see what that means as far as Escobar is concerned. Escobar does not have a stolen base. The Angels do not usually run much anyway. They're the 13th lowest. They're 200% below the American League average. And when they do run, they've been caught 10 times. They've stolen 9. So we'll see what that means with Escobar. They certainly don't want to run into possibly the 3rd out and leave Trout on deck. Escobar at first, Petit at 3rd, 1 out, 2-1 Dodgers, top of the 3rd. Maeda runner goes, and it is ball 4 on a check swing. They look down to Mike Estabrook, the umpire at 3rd, to make sure. So look out here. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Mike Trout coming up. Mike Trout in May came into this game hitting .346. Now Dodgers have really shut him down, as you can see, 1 for 21. And here he is in a jackpot stop. Bases loaded, 1 out, Trout at the plate. He has 4 grand slams in his career. Maeda delivers off speed, ground ball into left field, base hit. In comes Petit. Right behind him is Escobar. Calhoun stops at second, and the Angels lead 3-2, and Trout going after the first pitch. We mentioned earlier he's getting better and better about that first pitch, so he puts the Angels in front. Looked like a slow curveball, and he just banged it into left field. So Trout drives in 2, and the Angels lead 3-2. And now let's find out about Maeda. Rick Honeycutt going out. Been a tough inning for him. Perez started with a double. With 1 out, Petit singled him home. Then Escobar single, Calhoun walked, and Trout singles to drive in 2, sending Calhoun to second base. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Angels, 2 runs, 2 hits. Will Ireton is out there, the interpreter, trying to help Honeycutt and Grandal. That's Will facing the camera. So Maeda, who was 3-0 in his first 4 starts, 0-2 with an ERA of 5 in his last 3 starts, and he is roughed up here. 3 runs in the 3rd inning. Still only 1 out, with Pujols and Nava coming up. So Albert Pujols checking in. 2 on. Trout at first, Calhoun at second. They both run very well. Maeda ready. Pujols waiting. Slow breaking ball. Drops in at 73 miles an hour. Albert Pujols, 6'3", 230. Born in 1980. 36 years old. What a ball player and what a career. Again, Maeda checks the runners. Still checking. Now the strike 1 pitch swung on. No throw by Grandal, but it sent Calhoun scurrying back to the bag. No balls and 2 strikes. Albert Pujols. So many years, so many great games. 137 runs batted in 1 year. Anyway, Pujols waits. Now the strike 2 pitch coming up. And Maeda deals just off the plate. 1-2. Pujols in 2014 struggled a great deal with the bases loaded. In his career, however, with the bases loaded, he has a bunch of grand slams. Right now 2 on, 1 out, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Maeda delivers, swung on, that's it into left center for a base hit. Peterson over to get it. Scoring easily is Calhoun. Head first into third goes Trout. So Pujols drives in a run, and Maeda in trouble. He's given up 4 runs and 5 hits here in the 3rd inning. And for Pujols, of course, it's like old times. So 4 runs on 5 hits. Pujols visiting with Adrian Gonzalez. Trout talking to Ron Renicky, his coach at third. And Maeda, no doubt, talking to himself. Well, now Daniel Nava checks in. Nava hitting only .233. He has the 1 home run to provide the power coming out of left field. Honeycutt, a little distressed, walking to the near corner of the dugout. And the first pitch of the left-hand hitting Nava is taken high ball 1. 1-0. Interesting story about Nava. He took the advice of Red Sox radio broadcaster Joe Castellone before the game. Joe told him to swing as hard as he could on the first pitch, because he said that's the only pitch in the majors you'll ever see. The pitch is taken for a strike. Well, Joe Blanton was the pitcher. Nava became the 4th player to hit a grand slam in his first at bat. Bill Duggleby way back in 1898, Jeremy Hermida, and Kevin Kuzminov. Then, as we told you, in his second at bat, the bases were loaded again, and he struck out. So Nava waiting, first and third, 1 out. He hits a ground ball wide of first, picked nicely by Gonzalez. They get 1 by Seager, and the throw to first in time for the double play. The play going 3-6-1. Trout fails to score, but the Angels get 4. And at the end of 2.5 innings, 4-2 Angels.
This season, several Marlins will be out at Dodgers home games, lending a hand.
Single to left field to drive in a couple. That gets the Angels in the right mood. Pujols singles to drive in another. And it's a 4-run inning on 5 hits. So it's 4-2 Angels. Seager, Kendrick, and Gonzalez in that order in the bottom of the 3rd. Shoemaker ready, change a little high, ball 1. Tough innings. Shoemaker 31 pitches in the second inning. Maeda 49 pitches for the 3 innings and 26 in the last inning. 2-0 to Corey. Seager had a poor April. He hit .250, but May hitting .370 and slaps it in the left field for a base hit. Well, Nava up with it, and Seager continues his hot hitting in May. When you look at the hot hitters in May, Daniel Murphy 441, Marcell Osuna 436, Ryan Braun 420, Ben Zobrist 404, and Seager was hitting .370 when he singled to left field. So now the Dodgers trying to come right back after Shoemaker. Kendrick, a long fly ball to center. Trout is playing him very deep. Here comes the first pitch, and that's about at the knees for a strike, and the count 0-1. The more Howie plays, the better he will hit. Problem has been not playing every day and playing a different position. First base, third base, left field, playing third tonight. 0-1. Light breeze blowing to right field. Strike one. Pitch is swung on and missed, and the count 0-2. Interesting. You wonder why the Dodgers are 9-11 at home, and you look at some of the hitters and what they're doing home and road. Shoemaker at the belt. Seager short lead at first. Strike 2 pitch bounced all the way to the backstop, and on the wild pitch Seager advances to second. So we can tell you Justin Turner is hitting .194 at home, .288 away. Adrian Gonzalez .179 at home, .389 away. Jock Peterson .154 with a home run at home, .305 with 5 home runs away. Yasiel Puig .188 at home, .279 away, and there's one more. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming up, and ground ball wide at third, and it gets away from Escobar. Holding at second base, Seager. Kendrick aboard on the error. So the Dodgers get a big break. Escobar having a ground ball get away, and that means Adrian Gonzalez coming up with 2 on and nobody out. Just to conclude the thought on the Dodger hitters, Chase Utley at home .194, and he's 0 for 2 tonight, so he's batting a lot less than that. Utley on the road .338. Amazing. So the error by Escobar gives the Dodgers a big break, and here's Adrian Gonzalez. That would be the 7th error committed by Escobar. 2 on, nobody out. Shoemaker, a look back at second at Seager. First pitch is hit up the middle. It with the glove is a great play by Petit, and they get a force play at second. Petit caught up to it, but he was running toward center field, flipped it back, and got the out. Covered nicely by Gio Vitella. It was such a close play that Mike Scioscia is going to come out and argue. So Kendrick knocks Gio Vitella down, sliding into the bag. Meanwhile, Scioscia continues to argue. Second base umpire Ed Hickox. Fastball hit up the middle, and a wonderful play. Now we're watching Scioscia. Folks at home watching on TV can see the play. Kendrick came in, raised his left elbow, and hit Gio Vitella on the back of the right leg. And I think that was Mike Scioscia's position. 2 of the umpires talking to Gio Vitella.
Number 9, Yasmani
And we're just waiting to see if there's any complaint, review, whatever. I don't think they're through with that play. I don't believe. So Kendrick sliding in raised his left elbow, and it was like a clip. It hit Giovitella behind the leg. Now, as Jordan Baker started to go towards the Angel dugout, Socia made a gesture, no, never mind. So, okay, it will stand. Gonzalez hits him away, force play, losing a short base hit. What a play by Petit. So the Dodgers have runners at first and third. Seager at third, Gonzalez at first, and here's Grandal. Shoemaker fortunate on that play. Now the right-hander ready. Runners at the corners, and the pitch coming up to Grandal off the plate. Ball one. 1-0. Yasmani struck out in the second inning. Shoemaker struck out 3 of the first 5 batters. Seager and Gonzalez out on the lines representing the tying runs. And the 1-0 pitch on the way to Grandal. And that's a little low, pushed out in front of the plate by Perez. So Seager, who singled, wild pitch to second. Kendrick reached on the error. Gonzalez losing a base hit on a splendid play by Petit. Giovitella then knocked down on the elbow, flipped by Howie Kendrick. 2-0. Shoemaker comes back off speed and drops it in for a strike. That was borderline up. And a 2-1 count. Waiting on deck, Jock Peterson. Dodgers have 6 left-hand batters. One of them, Grandal, switches. Shoemaker checking. Now the 2-1 pitch on the way. Grandal, it's a comebacker. They go to second for one. They'll go to first for the double play. 1-6-3, and the Dodger threat is snuffed out. Giovitella, along with Petit, making a big play to break the back of the alley in the third inning. So it's still 4-2 Angels. Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the Bacon-licious sourdough bacon ranch combo. Only at Jack in the Box. A picture out of the past. An all-star game. Don Drysdale pitching to Jim Fregosi at Shea Stadium in New York. You may remember that dramatic trade where Fregosi was traded to the New York Mets, and the Angels got Nolan Ryan. Fourth inning, noisy first 3, 4 runs, 5 hits, for the Angels. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. And Johnny Giovatello hit back to the box in the 2nd inning, starting it off. Strike. Giovatello got a lot of attention last year for one big reason. With the bases loaded, he hit 700. That's right, 7 for 10. Off speed and away. Shoemaker got well in a hurry from 31 pitches in the 2nd inning. He only made 12 in the 3rd. Maeda coming off a 26 pitch inning in the 3rd. So he's up to 51 pitches. That's on the inside corner. Johnny Giovatello. He's had to work very, very hard to be in the big leagues, and he's working even harder to stay there. 1-2. That's off the plate. Interesting thing for Giovatello. Hours before a game in April 2015, the Royals gave an American League Championship ring to Mike Scioscia to present it to the former Royals second baseman Giovatello. Scioscia called for Johnny to come on into the office, and that prompted Giovatello, who had been demoted many times in his career, to groan, "Oh no, this can't be good." But instead, when he got there, Scioscia said to Giovatello, "Put the ring on immediately. It's bad luck if you don't do it." So he did it. 2-2 the count. Maeda taking a lot of time right now. And a big swing and a miss. Giovatello out in front of it. So 1 away here in the 4th inning. And Mike Scioscia scrambling with Pete Rose blocking the plate on Pistol Pete. Mike was such a tremendous force, a tremendous impact player on every member of the team, especially the pitchers. And of course, Lasorda loved him. Mike Scioscia. He can wear the Angel uniform, what, for 17 years, I think, as a manager. I believe it's that long. And he deserves every good thing that occurs to him. 0-1 the count to Perez. Carlos doubled to open up the 3rd inning, and before the dust settled, the Angels had 4. 1 ball and 1 strike. Perez known for his defensive abilities, not his hitting. Ball 2. And ball 3. Maeda not particularly sharp right now, laboring, and he has his opposite number, Shoemaker, on deck. 3-1. Fastball for a strike. Tomorrow night, it's Weaver and Kershaw. Pretty good matchup. There he is, Jared Weaver. Older brother Jeff played for the Dodgers. Sprayed foul upstairs. Of course, Weaver, Jared Weaver, will forever be known in Dodger history. The man who was pitching a no-hitter and lost the game. We'll tell you about that tomorrow night. 3-2. 4-2 favor the Angels. And there's ball 4.
Number 52, Matt Shoemaker.
That would be the second walk, Calhoun walk, in the 3rd inning. Now Shoemaker showed bunt and eventually hit back the box to Maeda. Then Petit came up, got a base hit to score Perez. 1 out. Showing bunt. And ball 1. Dodgers have won 8 of the last 10 from the Angels, but there was a long stretch where the Angels beat the Dodgers regularly in these series. Dodgers have won 6 of their last 9, and that was against pretty good clubs. Cardinals, Mets, and Blue Jays. And of course the Angels got well, sweeping 3 in Seattle. So the Angels 5.5 games back of Texas, trying to get well. But of course they have a hospital list as long as your arm. Of course, remember the Dodgers had something like 13 men on the DL. That's the unseen enemy. No matter how well you are in spring training, there goes the runner. The pitch missed at the plate, and nobody's covering second base. However, Peterson charges and keeps him there. I'm not sure what happened on that play. There just wasn't anybody there. But there was, you can see, Yasmani, look at, by the time Seager gets there, the ball is over his glove, sailing into center field, and holding is Perez. Well, somebody missed something on that play. 2-1. That's a strike. J.P. Howell gets up in the Dodger bullpen. So Perez will get a stolen base. No further advancement, so no error. Maeda's been struggling, even though he retired the side in order in the first 2 innings. I mean, he looked crisp. 6 in a row, and then a lot of trouble in the 3rd. 2-2. Bad ball. Down he goes. So that's 2 more strikeouts.
Number 8,
and the
Gregorio
batter.
Petit.
So Gregorio Petit, who singled to left field, came around to score in the 3rd inning. He's coming up. Maeda with 4 strikeouts and a runner at second base with 2 down. Remember, the Angels really would like a victory. Naturally, they want one every time, but especially against the National League this year. Socha is 1-7, and Gio Vitella and Mike Trout can tell you their only victory was against Milwaukee. Dodgers against the American League are 3-2. A changeup in for a strike. 1-1. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Angels, 2 runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. Time. Maeda now ready to make his 70th pitch. Pretty good breaking ball down and away. Gregorio Petit trying to keep the rally going. Escobar on deck. One ball and 2 strikes. Slider away. Maeda struggling a little bit tonight, down 4-2. Petit, 32 years old in December. We told you he had one grand slam and then another in a single game. Second time that ever happened in the Coast League in 81 years. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and ball 3. Petit, originally signed by the A's. He had a brief time with the Astros and with the Yankees, and now with the Angels. Three and two. Got him. So Petit strikes out. 5 strikeouts for Maeda. No runs, a walk, a stolen base, but nothing else, and the Angels lead 4-2.
Like going to your first baseball game.
Meanwhile, the Dodger Connection, kind of an alumni meeting when the Angels come here. Mike Scioscia, Alfredo Griffin, Dave Hansen, Scott Radinsky, Ron Renicky, and Dino Ibel all wore the blue. And we welcome them here with open arms. Great group of guys. So Ron Renicky, who was coaching with the Dodgers last year, now an able assistant to Scioscia, and into the bottom of the 4th we go. Peterson, a towering foul ball, and the count 0-1. We mentioned earlier what the Angels do pretty well in pitching. Their offense helping the starters. The bullpen has held leads. They pick runners off. They throw out base stealers. That's what they do pretty well. 1-1 the count to Peterson. They also allow home runs. The starters have allowed 35 home runs. One of the maddening things, they give up home runs when they're ahead in the count. 1-2 the count to Jock Peterson. Other things that would give Mike Scioscia a headache. They've given up 27 home runs at home. They walk hitters. The starting pitchers are not winning games. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jock Peterson. The bullpen, unfortunately, allows inherited runners to score. 29% higher than the American League average. Chris Hatcher is up in the Dodger bullpen. Peterson takes strike 3. So 1 out in the 4th inning. That would be the 4th strikeout for Matt Shoemaker. And it brings up Trace Thompson, who walked, scored a run in the 2nd inning. The Dodgers, with 2 out, 2 strikeouts, had walks to Peterson and Thompson, and then singles by Crawford and Maeda. And a high drive into deep left center field. She is gone. So the Angel lead is cut in half. Trace Thompson hits it out. That would be his 5th home run of the year. That gets back to the moment that we gave you just a little while ago, that the Angels starting pitchers have now given up 36 home runs. So 4-3 Angels, and the batter Carl Crawford. Single drove in a run. Ball 1. The infield swung around to first base. Yunel Escobar pretty far away from third, and a happy Trace Thompson in the dugout. Kike Hernandez comes out on deck, and he'll be batting for Maeda. Crawford single drove in a run. 2-1 the count. Kike getting ready. Crawford hits one up the middle, deflected to the second baseman Giovitella, who throws him out. So give the pitcher Matt Shoemaker an assist, and the play goes 1-4-3. Take another look. Trace gets all of it and hits it 6-7 rows back up in the pavilion. So it's a 1-run game. Thompson cleaning off his spikes after cleaning a home run against Matt Shoemaker. So here's Kike Hernandez. A look for a strike. 0-1. Hernandez struggling. 0 for his last 23. Dropped by the catcher, picked up by the plate umpire Jordan Baker. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Angels, 3 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. We're in the bottom of the 4th. And that's a fly ball into left center. It will drop for a base hit. So Kike hitting for Maeda. It's a base hit, and that'll bring up Chase Utley. I'm not sure what Kike did. They threw the ball over the first base, and Kike threw it to the Dodger dugout. I don't know. Does he want the ball because he was 0 for 24? Never know. But anyway, he did toss the ball out. So Hernandez at first with 2 out, and here's Chase Utley. Utley is struck out, grounded out, 0 for 2. Hitting about 190 at home. 338 on the road. Put it all together, hitting 276. So Maeda, who had lost 2 of his last 3 starts, comes out losing, going 4 innings and making 72 pitches. In fact, to be really accurate, 73. Ground ball to Giovitella. Easy play to first, and that's it. The Dodgers get 1 run, 1 hit. Home run by Trace Thompson. And at the end of 4, let's take another look for the Trace Thompson marching inside it. It looked like a hanging breaking ball for the home run. And it's 4-3 Angels. Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota time is going on now. Save big on the striking all-new 2016 Prius. See your local dealer today. Receiving the throw is David Eckstein. Everybody appreciated his overall skills. And stealing headfirst into second base, Dave Roberts. And Dave, remember, stole that tremendous base in the World Series for the Red Sox. Meanwhile, Trace Thompson hits a home run. He's happy about things. And Chris Hatcher takes over on the mound. Worked a lot in April and has done better in May. Escobar takes low, ball one. Yunel grounded to short, single to right, scored a run and committed an error. Then you have Cole Calhoun and Mike Trout. Fastball, chopper to third. Staying right with it is Hendrick. That was a good play. That ball was hit hard. One out, and Cole Calhoun coming up, making sure it didn't get away. Just kneeling down and blocking the ball with the belt buckle. Hatcher has only faced two Angels, Daniel Nova, who is 1 for 1, and Carlos Perez 0 for 1. So here's Calhoun. He struck out, walked, and scored a run. Foul back, 0-1. Calhoun hitting .264 over his entire career. 51 home runs, 174 runs batted in. Add 3 home runs to the total tonight. 0-2. So Chris Hatcher trying to pick up for Maeda, who went 4 innings and was never really right. He gave up 4 runs, 5 hits in 1 inning, walked a couple, and he was fighting it all evening. No balls and 2 strikes. Popped it up, foul, should go out of play, and does. Calhoun coming to the Angels in a deal that sent Peter Burjois to the Cardinals. Calhoun can hardly believe that he's the regular right fielder, but he certainly is. Looked like a bad ball, but at least he got a little bit of it. Though he's still alive up there. 0-2. Hatcher to throw so hard, trying to put him away. Calhoun with Trout hitting back of him, and the inning where Calhoun got aboard, Trout singled and so did Pujols. So he gets him started if he gets on. 0-2. And he hits a fly ball to right field. Thompson is there. So Cole a fly ball, 2 down, and now here comes Mike Trout.
Center fielder Mike Trout.
Mike Trout one winter was working for the Weather Bureau in New Jersey. Yeah, they put him on the air. He was describing a snowstorm in his hometown, and I guess it snowed a good foot, and there he was on the phone describing every inch of it. 0-1 to count to Mike. He'll make it rain on pitchers, that's for sure. Joe Medwick and Don Newcomb and Mike Trout. What a trio to draw to. We're forever, of course, talking about Trout and what a wonderful player he is. But from what I hear, he's also a wonderful guy. Trout did a very nice thing to a family in New Jersey. Their house had burned down, and they had a couple of kids who lost everything they had in this world. And it was around Christmas time. And Trout heard about it, went to see wherever the family was, and helped out. As far as the family was concerned, they thought Mike Trout was Santa Claus. 0-2. Bounce that thing. 1-2. So Trout, a good man after a fire. Chris Hatcher trying to make sure there is no fire. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And a drive to left center field. There's nobody there, and that's going to go up against the wall. Peterson plays it back, but by that time, Trout started to head for third. There wasn't anybody covering second. Finally, Adrian Gonzalez got there. Dodgers might have a little meeting about second base tonight. Remember, on the stolen base, no one was covering. Trout got himself a strike up part of the plate and drives it to left center. So when Trout gets to second base, he will round second because the throw coming in, there's no one there. But then here's Adrian Gonzalez coming over to help out. So a 2-out double will bring up Albert Pujols. So Trout 2 for 3. Pujols hitting .201. Boy, when he came up with the Cardinals, oh my goodness. Ball 1. Naturally at 36, he isn't close to being what he was. But boy, to just look back and realize all the things that he did. From 2000 to 2009, as the National League's Triple Crown winner, he was unbelievable. Led in batting average, .334, and over that stretch hit 366 home runs, 1,112 RBIs. Didn't break in until really 2001. And it took him 9 years to completely control the league. He hit at least 30 or more home runs first 9 years in the big leagues. Hit 49 during that stretch. 2-0 to Pujols. And ball 3. So Hatcher perhaps trying to pitch around him with Daniel Nava on deck. Pujols is still pretty dangerous late in the game. Keep that in mind. We're only in the middle of the game, and they're going to walk in. Give you an idea. In innings 1 through 6, Albert is batting 137. But from the 7th inning on, he's hitting .319. So a double, a walk, and now here's Nava, who has struck out, hit into a double play. Nava, who was banged up, was only in 16 games before tonight. Lives in Los Altos. And ball one. Nava, switch hitter, batting left-handed. Giovatella on deck. Foul back. Nava's best trait, they tell me, is perseverance. He's been cut off so many different teams. When he tried to walk on for Santa Clara, he couldn't make it. So he served as the team's manager for 2 years. What does managing mean in college? Well, he washed uniforms, charted pitches, filming hitters and pitchers. So he wanted to play, so he transferred to San Mateo and hit .430. 1 ball and 1 strike. He had such a good time at San Mateo, it encouraged Santa Clara to call him back. High twisting foul ball heading towards the stands and back out of play. 1-2. So Trout back to second. Pujols to first. Hatcher has 2 down. Trying to close out this 5th inning. 4-3 Angels. One and two. Nava listed at 5'10". His dad was a college quarterback, so he's got a lot of athletic drive and competitive spirit. One ball and 2 strikes. Check. 2-2. Roberts watching Hatcher. Maeda started for him, went 4, gave up 4 runs and 5 hits. So deuces Bile, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. 4-3 Angels. Hatcher taking a lot of time. Fastball hit in the air to right center and deep. However, moving over is Thompson along with Peterson, and it's Peterson for the catch. Nava hit it pretty well. However, at 5'10", he hasn't that kind of sock. So a long out, no runs, a hit, 2 left at the end of 4.5. 4-3 Angels. in favor of the Angels. Shane Robinson takes over in left field for Daniel Nava. So Nava came up, hit the long fly ball, and comes out of the game. Here's Corey Seager with a half a dozen home runs, which gets him into the number 5 slot in home runs by shortstops. Ball 1. Story with 11, Seaman with 9, Tulowitzki with 8, Correa with 7, and Corey with 6. Way out in front. Angels starting pitchers are 27th among starting staffs in innings pitched. So they usually do not go deep into games. Where they're 27th, the Dodgers starters are 4th. 1-2 to Seager. Shoemaker gave up 2 in the second inning. Angels got 4 in the third. And Shoe gave up 1 more in the fourth to the Dodgers. So it's 4-3 Angels. Squirted off the end of the bat foul. And the count 1-2. Interesting how Shoemaker has pitched. And you see Corey has his own bat. With a half a dozen home runs, you bet. When there's nobody out, the opposition against Shoemaker is hitting .489. With 1 out, .313. And with 2 out, just .107. So the outs are very important for Matt. Nobody out now. 2-2. However, in the first 4 innings, he's gotten the leadoff man 3 of 4. Only in the third inning when Seager opened up with a single. And a high drive into deep left. Back goes Shane Robinson to make an over-the-shoulder catch. So Robinson, sitting in the dugout for the first 4 innings, goes back and makes a dazzling play. Over the shoulder in a road ballpark. Fine play by Shane. Robinson with a big grin looking over to Mike Trout. Howie Kendrick flied to center and reached on the error by Yunel Escobar. Hits one into the hole and it gets through. So Kendrick goes 1 for 3. Friends, Monday, May 23rd, Dodgers host the Reds, and the first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Dodger neck pillow, courtesy of Emirates Airlines. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. All right, Seager is out on a long fly ball. Kendrick grounds a single, and here's Gonzalez, struck out, hit into a force play, trying to figure out how to get some hits at home. He was batting .179 and less than that now, 0 for 2 tonight. Little ground foul, 0-1. Yasmani Grandal on deck. We called off the numbers beforehand. 5 Dodgers are hitting under 200 at home. 0-1. And a high foul off third down the line. Slicing well back into the crowd. Dodgers so far tonight and during the season at home, they've drawn 918,000. So they'll be going over the million mark very soon. 0-2. Neither team runs. Dodgers have stolen 9 and been caught 7. Once upon a time, that was a Dodger trademark, speed. Hit down the line, foul, and out of play. Adrian tonight struck out in the second inning and hit into a force play in the third. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Angels, 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 1 error by Escobar of the Angels. Reached for that pitch, fouled it away, so he's still there. 0-2. Matt Shoemaker, followed by Jared Weaver and Clayton Kershaw tomorrow night. Check swing, did he? No, he didn't. 1-2. Shoemaker in the 5th inning. 85 pitches, so you can bet they're going to be keeping an eye out on him. 1-2. In there. Gonzalez doesn't argue. He just shakes his head and says no. No. But he walks away, 2 down. So with 2 out in the 5th inning, Yasmani Grandal has struck out, hit into a double play. We always pointed out, especially for kids who are inclined to have a hot temper. Watch Gonzalez now. Bat, helmet, no show. Nobody banging furniture around. Just quietly going back to the bench. Ball 1. Well, with 2 out, you think about a runner going, but as we mentioned, the Dodgers do not run. Kendrick does have a stolen base. Grandal struck out, grounded into a double play. 0 for 2. There he goes, and it's fouled away. As we mentioned a moment ago, the Dodgers have stolen only 9, and they've been caught 7 times. So it's not a percentage play, not with this team, and not now. Again, Kendrick with 2 out, back to first. Draws a throw. Shoemaker has pitched very well, as we pointed out earlier, with 2 out. There you go. A comedic character on the end of the bat. 1-2 the count. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Angels, 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers have a home run by Trace Thompson, and the Angels have a couple of doubles by Trout and Perez. All right, 1-2. By the way, that little character at the knob of the bat for Yasmani Grandal is a Tasmanian devil, they tell me. That's the first time I've ever seen a Tasmanian devil on a bat. Dave Roberts growling a little bit from the dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes he has. There it is. Tasmanian Devil. Two and two. Yes, the modern day player is a lot different. Yeah. Yeah, well, okay, if it helped you. 2 and 2. Well, they're worrying about Kendrick. He tried to go once. Pitch count now up to 90, and we're in the 5th inning with 2 out. Howie looking for an opening. Not going. Popped in the air, foul. Perez coming back, makes the catch. So the Tasmanian Devil fails. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. And at the end of 5, 4-3 Angels. On this day in 1954, Ted Williams went 8 for 9 after having his collarbone broken in spring training. It was his first game back, and the amazing Ted went 8 for 9. By the way, he flew 39 combat missions and brought a plane home that was completely shot up. Jerry Coleman, who was once a broadcaster and formerly a pilot, told us that the whole squadron was quiet. They heard a voice talking about the plane being so shot up, and the plane landed, and they found out it was Ted Williams. Let's go back to this one. Dodgers make a couple of changes. Howie Kendrick is at first. Justin Turner is at third. And there's a drive into the gap in left center, and it's going to go to the wall. Pursued by Peterson. Gio Vitella into second with the double. So a double by Trout in the 5th inning. And a double by Perez leading off the 3rd. And this would be the 3rd double for the Angels. So Gio Vitella doubles to try to add to the 4-3 lead. We're checking to try and figure out why the Dodgers made the switch. Why is Kendrick playing first and Turner third? Where is Gonzalez? They throw through, not in time. C.J. Cron is out on deck. Perez up there right now has doubled and walked. So Cron hitting .257. He has 3 home runs, 14 runs batted in. On deck. Shoemaker has made 18 pitches, so through 5 he's made 91. The bunt is down and foul, and boy, Hatcher speedily got there to make sure it didn't come back. So Hatcher trying to hold the fort. Dodgers still trail 4-3. The Mets have 7 hits. The Dodgers have 6. The Dodgers have a home run. And the Angels have 3 doubles. One ball, one strike. See if he tries to bunt again now that the pitcher is out of the game. Gio Vitella out there at second base. Matt Shoemaker sitting quietly in the dugout. Remember, bunt foul. Shoemaker went the required 5, and the Angels lead 4-3. So Matt could pick up a victory tonight if the Angels don't relinquish the lead. Talking to Charles Nagy, the pitching coach. 1-2 the count. Dodgers with Maeda and now Hatcher. Hatch working his second inning. Gio Vitella at second base. Nobody out. A 1-2 count on Perez. Whoa. A 95-mile-an-hour whisker shaver. 2-2. Yeah, you stride into that pitch, you're locked. Feet, legs won't move. We're in the top of the 6th. Gio Vitella at second base, nobody out. Seager directly behind him, trying to cut down his lead. And the 2-2 pitch coming up to Carlos Perez. 3-2. So one high up near the head. Now this one down low near the ankles. Socha, who's caught a lot of pitches as a catcher and a hitter. 3-2. Angels scored all 4 runs in the 3rd inning. And it all started with a double from Carlos Perez. Little chopper to third. Turner looks the runner back and throws him out. Say, friends, do you know a standout high school senior athlete? If you do, then nominate him for a chance to be named a Time Warner Cable Sports Championship Drive Scholar Athlete and receive a $2,500 college scholarship. So go to twcschamp.com now for more information. So here's Christopher John Cron, better known as CJ, out of Phoenix, Arizona. Born, still lives there. Went to school at the University of Utah. He had an odd year. Cron one year not only knocked in 20 runs against one club, it was the Texas Rangers. At one time, he had 18 RBIs against Texas and no more than 3 against any other club. Cron is a big fella. He's 6'4", 235. Runner at second, 1 out. Cron has some sock. 3 home runs, 14 runs batted in. And ball 1, breaking ball. Giovitella at second base with 1 out. Perez couldn't move him. Now they're trying Cron, hitting for Shoemaker. And then Gregorio Petit on deck. Foul back. Socia hitting the pitcher 8th. We're getting accustomed to seeing a little more of that. Mike figures Petit will give him an extra leadoff man. And Petit tonight singled and came around to score a run. So he's hitting behind the pitcher and now hitting behind the pinch hitter. 1 ball and 1 strike to C.J. Cron. Fouled away, 1-2. Cron went to school at the University of Utah. So Hatcher trying to put him away. For C.J., his dad reached the majors, spent years as a minor league coach and manager. Father was a power hitter in AA and AAA. Dad hit as many as 39 home runs. Came up to the big leagues and had 15 at-bats, no home runs. One reason, he was behind Wally Joyner. Well, the telephones are lit. So the ballpark again begins to look like a little jewel case. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Foul back amongst the lights. It's something new this year, the twinkling lights of the cell phones. It always brings back the memory of Roy Campanella, the Coliseum, 1959. They used matches then. 93,000 people that night lit matches in the Coliseum. Tribute to Roy. Pee Wee Reese pushing Campanella out to the mound in a wheelchair. And Campanella pointing out 93,000. That's my number backwards. He wore 39. One ball and 2 strikes. Yep. The year was 59. A remarkable year. Unfortunately, Roy had to enjoy it from a chair. But enjoy it he did. His chair suddenly became a throne. 1-2 to Cron. C-R-O-N. There goes the runner to third. The throw down to third, not in time. So Giovitella steals third base. Pitch was high, a check swing. The throw was high, and underneath the tag came Giovitella. For Giovitella, he has stolen 2 bases, but he's also been caught twice. Bob Guerin saying there was no reason to review any play. Pedro Baez, J.P. Howell, they're up as Ron Renicky talks to Johnny. Infield now with a runner at third. They have to play up. And Cron's still there, 2-2. Down he goes. So Cron strikes out. Hatcher picks up his first strikeout. And with 2 down, Gregorio Petit coming up. So Giovatelli double. Perez could not get him to third. He grounded to third. So then Giovatelli steals as Cron strikes out. And here's Petit, singled and struck out. Oh, and 1. Petit batting 9th in the lineup, hitting .273. So that's the theory. You can hit a man behind the pitcher and you have yourself a possible back-to-back leadoff man. One ball and 1 strike. On deck, Yunel Escobar. Gregorio Jesus Petit trying to get Johnny Giovatelli home. It's 4-3 Angels. We're in the 6th inning with 2 out. Ground ball up the middle. There's Seager to throw him out. And the Dodgers save a possible run as Giovatelli is left at third. So at the end of 5.5 innings, it's 4-3 Angels. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. And by Carl's Jr., the $4 real deal, 4 items for just $4 at Carl's Jr. Lights inside and outside, and look at that sweet child with her Dodger bow promptly displayed. Oh, yes. With the Dodger bow underneath. Looks like an Angel shirt. And Mom's wearing the Dodger jacket, and Dad's wearing the Angel. The perfect family. Meanwhile, Jose Ricardo Alvarez comes in to pitch for the Angels. So Shoemaker went 5 and could pick up a victory, having gone the required 5. 0-1 to Peterson. Alvarez, 5'11", 180. 27 years old, the 6th of May. Originally signed by the Red Sox, and first came up to the big leagues with Detroit. High fly ball, very playable. Shane Robinson, 1 away. Trace Thompson will be coming up with Crawford hitting back of him. Trace hit one in the left field pavilion. Dodgers then trailed 4-3, and that's the way they are right now. We get a report. We wondered why the Dodgers changed to have Turner at third and Kendrick moving over to play first. Adrian Gonzalez asking to come out. His back is bothering him. Gonzalez has played in 39 games for the Dodgers. And the back, as he talks to Dave Roberts, no doubt saying, back's bothering me, I can't do the job. And he will quietly call it a night. Chopper to third. Oh, nice pick by Escobar to get him. 2 down. Hard hit ball, but there he is to handle it. Vacuumed up. Here's Crawford, single to left, and out on a ball hit up the middle. Charlie Culberson is out on deck. Culberson would bat for Hatcher should Crawford get aboard. And there's the reason Pedro Baez ready to come in. Crawford late on that 88-mile-an-hour fastball. Alvarez had arm troubles in 2014. Had surgery, not Tommy John. Fastball grounded to Gio Vitella. A very quiet and quick inning. 1-2-3. So at the end of 6, the Angels 4 runs, 7 hits. Dodgers 3 runs, 6 hits. Coming in out of the Dodger bullpen, it's been Maeda for 4. And then 2 innings for Chris Hatcher. He did very well. Allowed a double to Trout and a double to Gio Vitella. And now Baez. Yunel Escobar from Havana, who was signed by the Braves, came up with the Braves and then bounced around a bit from the Braves to the Blue Jays to the Rays and finally to the Nationals. Had a good year. He's a very good hitter. He had .314 last year, hitting .304 this year. So Escobar checking in. His family is here. Mother, father, 10-year-old sister. Well, she was 10. He's now about 19. And a strike. 0-1. Pedro Baez, the hard-throwing right-hander. He lives in the 96, 97 mile an hour neighborhood. And a big guy, 6'2", 230. Fastball at 96. So the pitcher from the Dominican, the hitter is from Cuba. Yunel lives in Miami and lives with the whole family. The home in Miami, 4-bedroom, 4 baths. When they were in Cuba, they had 2 main rooms, a bedroom for the parents and another room where they cooked and ate, lived. Yunel and his sister slept in that one room. They had 1 small indoor bathroom. So he has escaped all that. Oh, 0-2. Ball 1. Escobar talking to Jordan Baker for the moment. A lot of colorful shirts and always a Trout. 1 ball and 2 strikes. A little low. 2-2. At one time, as Calhoun waits on deck, Escobar had a habit. Starting as a little kid, he had a high whistle. Foul back. And he'd be whistling all the time in the infield. Well, that was okay as a kid and maybe in the low minors. But the Braves finally told him to stop the loud whistling while he was on the field. Well, he's still live wire in the dugout clubhouse chattering with his teammates, but he's pretty much cut out the whistle. 2-2. Foul back. So it's a good battle here. Good hitter, good pitcher. Four runs, 7 hits for the Angels, 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers have beaten the Angels 8 of the last 10, so you know they're smarting and trying to take this lead all the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and promptly banged into center for a base hit. So Escobar 2 for 4 with his second single, and now Cole Calhoun coming up. Calhoun has struck out, walked, flied to right, scored a run. So Baez pitching out of a stretch to Calhoun with a runner at first. Calhoun trying to advance his man Escobar. He'll be 29 in October. Calhoun pretty much of a blue collar approach to the game. Good instincts. Escobar over there. No stolen bases. He's been caught once. Four runs, 8 hits for the Angels, 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. And ball 1. Escobar over there at first has not done any real running at all in his career. In fact, the most stolen bases in the big leagues, 4. But he might be going on part of a hit and run play. 1 ball and no strikes. Two balls and no strikes. Calhoun during the month of May, since May 1st, came into the game hitting .383. Escobar hitting ahead of him, came in hitting .347, and Trout began May hitting .346. 2-0. And that's going to go whack into base hit. Escobar runs well enough to easily go to third. So the Angels have first and third, nobody out, against Pedro Baez. And Mike Trout and Albert Pujols coming up. Pitch was down below the knees. Left-hand hitters like the ball down most of the time, and Calhoun certainly gives you proof of that. Taking that pitch down and a sharp single. Now talking to his former teammate Howie Kendrick. So Baez in a little trouble, and the batter is Mike Trout. That means he's in a lot of trouble. Mike has grounded out, singled to left, and doubled. He has driven in 2 runs and got his average now to .319. (4-3) Angels in the 7th. The Angels came here having swept Seattle 3. Dodgers lost Sunday's game to the Cardinals, but considering the teams they played, they didn't do badly at all. Blue Jays, Cardinals, and Mets. Yunel Escobar down the line from third. Cole Calhoun at first, and nobody out. Oh, and 1 to big Mike Trout. Well, the two things going for the Mets, as we told you, they don't strike out a lot, and they do bunt. Well, you don't expect either from Mike Trout. Mike Scioscia, Dino Abel, Doing a little listening. No balls, 2 strikes. And time. Trout just seems to be the perfect size to be a ball player. 6'1" and about 235. Mickey Mantle was about 5'11", 195. And of course, switch hitter. Out of the way. Baez being very deliberate. He's made only 14 pitches and it's taken 11 minutes. Because he started off with Escobar, who singled. Then he took quite a while pitching to Calhoun, who singled. And now he's trying to avoid an earthquake with Trout. Off the plate, almost a wild pitch, and he hit 98 on the gun. So Pedro really slowing things down. Honeycutt making his notes and watching. 1-2 the count. A mistake here, of course, could be a disaster for the Dodgers. Took a lot off that, and it's 2-2. For Trout, he has reached the stage where he is so valuable. A lot of his tools are valuable. His high school glove was auctioned for $15,810. A Mariano Rivera used glove was auctioned for $14,750. So Trout's glove went for big numbers. He also donated $10,000 to renovate his high school field. All right, dangerous now, 2-2. Trout in the late innings hitting .357. Fouled away. You know, it's kind of interesting. There are so many good hitters, and especially when you look at the Angels, you think of Trout and Pujols. You know, if you go back to the beginning of last year, the 7th leading hitter in the major leagues is standing at third base tonight. Yuniel Escobar hitting .313. Over at first, Cole Calhoun. 2-2 to Trout, nobody out, and the Angels leading 4-3 in the 7th. And ball 3. Well, when you look at Trout's numbers, among other things, he has struck out 35 times. He has walked 21 times. And with nobody out, 3-2. Pujols hitting behind him. Let's see what they do with Calhoun at first. Whether they run him. Cole taking his lead. Escobar down the line from third. 3-2 to Mike Trout with Albert Pujols on deck. Talk about the horns of a dilemma. Calhoun short lead. Calhoun not going. And the pitch, ball 4 to load him up for Albert Pujols.
First baseman, number 5, Albert Pujols.
So Albert Pujols coming up, and the Dodgers immediately want a meeting on the mound. These teams have really never scored a lot of runs against each other. If you go back to 2006, however, the Dodgers had their biggest win when they scored 16 runs on 25 hits. Back then, the Dodgers had 4 players with 3 RBIs, and there was a rookie who went 5 for 5 with a home run, and his name was Andre Ethier. All right, not much you can say to a pitcher who's given up 2 hits and a walk to load the bases, who is now going to face a man who has hit 13 grand slams. Albert Pujols, Prince Albert. Look at those numbers with bases loaded. 193 runs batted in. So he has Escobar, who began it all with a single, Calhoun, who singled, and Trout, who walked. Pujols one swing trying to bury the Dodgers here in the 7th. Ground ball up the middle for the base hit. Escobar scores. Calhoun scores. Peterson trouble picking up the ball. There's nobody covering first. Pujols ran halfway to second, and that breaks it open 6-3 in favor of the Angels. We'll see about Peterson getting an error in his haste to pick up the ball. But Pujols singled and drives in 2. Say no, Albert, right? Now watch Peterson. He boots the ball, and the question is whether Trout, who went from first to third, or did he go to second and take third when Peterson bobbled the ball. Either way, first and third, 2 runs in, 6-3 in favor of the Angels. For Pujols, he continues to do well in the late innings. Pujols hitting over 325 in the 7th inning or later. So Baez not doing it. A bunt foul off the bat of Shane Robinson, and the count 0-1. So the top of the order, Escobar and Calhoun, they have each scored 2. Then you get down to Perez and Petit, and Calhoun 1 hit and a walk. So Baez just having a lot of trouble. It has taken him forever to make 21 pitches. Escobar single, Calhoun single, Trout walk, no one throwing in the pen, and Pujols has single. So for Dave Roberts, he had an off night for Maeda. Then he had Chris Hatcher pitch 2, but Baez very ineffective. To me, when you see a pitcher take as much time as Baez is taking in his inning, it seems to me that it's a lack of confidence. Taking too long to make up his mind, to make the pitch and go get the hitter. So here's Shane Robinson, 0-1. And he backs out. For Baez, his ERA 3.4. On 1. A bunt foul, not exactly a squeeze. Trout was kind of waiting, could call it a safety squeeze. So Mike back to third. Pujols at first. Johnny Giovitella waiting on deck. No balls and 2 strikes. Big swing. He comes empty. So down goes Shane Robinson. So Baez picks up a strikeout.
Baseman number 12, Johnny Giavitello.
Johnny Giavitello hit back to the box, struck out, and doubled. Johnny stole third in the 6th inning. Things have really slowed down, haven't they? I mean, Baez came in and wow, 21 minutes he's been in there and he's gotten 1 out. Remember Alejandro Pena? Wonderful guy, pitched for the Dodgers and took his time doing everything, and his nickname was Slow. So we might have another Alejandro Pena. Pedro, 28 years old. By the way, in case you care and keep close eyes on notes, Albert Pujols over there at first. Single to drive in 2 runs in the inning to give the Angels a 6-3 lead. Pujols now has in his career 1,724 runs batted in. And a high fly ball. Trout's going to tag. It will be Peterson ready to make the catch and the throw. It's going to go way up the line. Backed up by Baez. Trout scores easily, and Pujols goes to second, and it's 7-3 in favor of the Angels. The Giavitello scoring fly ball to pick up a run. Pujols going to second, and Trout coming home. And now they throw to first, and it looks like they left first too soon. Now here comes Socha saying, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Pujols has a puzzled look on his face. Looked like Greg Gibson called Pujols out for leading first base too soon on the fly ball. The umpire is now holding a huddle. No wonder is Pujols waiting for his manager to check with the videographer. Now Dave Roberts comes out. Yep, Dino Abel is on the phone. We'll see if the camera was on Pujols, because the big play appeared to be Peterson throwing to the plate on Mike Trout. But the call was at first base. Well, let's see. All right, you're just waiting on the videographer. All eyes were really on Peterson and Trout, but when they threw over the first, the out was recorded there. Trout was safe and sound, but we'll see about Pujols. That's one of those plays where everybody in the ballpark is looking at Trout and Peterson. Well, Socha's going back to the dugout, but the umpires are still not quite sure. They're going to have another meeting, I think.
There's a call on the field is under review.
Yep. It is under review. So Baez will have a chance to throw a little more while we wait for the outcome. I wonder how many people under those circumstances could possibly have been looking at Pujols. You know, all eyes were on Peterson and Trout and the throw to the plate. But apparently either one of the umpires immediately called it, or one of the Dodgers said that Pujols, who had tagged up to go to second, had left too soon before the catch. So Pujols and an old pal, former teammate Howie Kendrick, talking it over. Pujols certainly appears annoyed to have it called against him, though we wait. Official review. There's Peterson. There's the ball in his glove. Pujols' right foot on the bag takes off. So it didn't look like Pujols left too soon, and they're wiping out the call. So Pujols will go to second base. The inning is not over. The batter will be Carlos Perez. They'll give Gio Vitella the RBI. So the lineup is top heavy. Escobar has 2 hits and 2 runs scored. Calhoun has 1 hit and 2 runs scored because he also walked. Trout has 2 hits, 1 run scored. And Pujols has 2 hits and now tags up and is at second base. The plate umpire, Jordan Baker, looking over to the Dodger dugout, and then claps his hands together and said, okay, let's get going here. 7-3 in favor of the Angels in the 7th inning. And a strike. 0-1. Jeffrey Marte, an infielder, comes out on deck. Marte to bat for Carlos Perez. So Socha going for a big inning. He had a 4-run third, and he now has a 3-run 7th. Fastball, broken bat, and a little ground ball to Utley, who shovels too late. Pujols moves over to third. Boy, did that thing break. A little sliver was in front of home plate, but the broken bat sailing through the air and gets a base hit, much to the delight of Carlos Perez. So now let's see whether Jeffrey Marte will not come up. Jose Alvarez, who is the pitcher, is going to come up.
Number 48, Jose Alvarez.
So Alvarez, left-hand batter, all smiles as Carlos Perez. There might be a broken bat to us, but it's bread and butter to him. So he has a single, a double, and a walk tonight. So here's the pitcher, Alvarez, 2 out, first and third. And a strike. Alvarez has not had an at bat. Here he is. Boy, what a funny feeling against a guy throwing 97 and 98. Wow. Well, he made contact. 0-2. Alvarez picking up for the starter, Matt Shoemaker. and he actually hits the ball. A 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and Baez almost threw the ball away. Well, you can imagine how Pedro feels. Unhappy. He gave up 2 singles, a walk, and another single, a scoring fly ball, an infield single, and it's 7-3 Angels. The Angels have opened it up, leading the Dodgers 7-3. The Dodgers would have Baez coming up, but instead Charlie Culberson will hit for him, and then Utley and Seager. For Baez, the inning had to be a nightmare. It took 30 minutes, and it took him 29 minutes to pitch as he talks to Yasmani Grandal. So a tough inning for Pedro Baez, and he goes out for Culberson. Culberson, Utley, Seager as the Dodgers now try to get back in the game. Hernandez pinch hit for Maeda and singled in the 4th inning. So here's Culberson. Ball 1. Charlie trying to get something started. Hitting .259. No home runs. 4 runs batted in. In the Dodger bullpen, Lewis Coleman, the side armor, getting ready. 2-0. Seven runs, 11 hits for the Angels. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Alvarez now behind 3-0. Maeda, Hatcher, and Baez. Shoemaker and Alvarez. And ball 4. Say, friends, a reminder, the first 40,000 fans in attendance tomorrow night will receive a Dodger welcome mat, courtesy of Farmer John. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Dodgers hoping there'll be a welcome mat at home plate for them as they fall behind 7-3. Culberson walks, and here's Utley. But again, the Dodgers struggling at home. Utley hitting .274. That's great, except when you realize he can't get started hitting at home, 1 of 5. Oh and 1. Utley being 0 for 3 began the game hitting .196 at home, so that's punished a bit more. That misses. 1 and 1. Jose Ricardo Alvarez from Barcelona. No, not Spain. Barcelona, Venezuela. And that's off the plate. Right-hander Cam Bedrosian begins to warm up now in the Angel bullpen. Utley looking down to Woodward. It's a hit and run count, 2 and 1, but the Dodgers down by 4. Culberson not going on ball 3. So it was such a long half inning, 30 minutes. Alvarez just sitting in the dugout, now trying to get loose, and for Pedro trying to figure out what in the world happened to him. Three and 1. That's a strike. George Lombard over to talk to Culberson to make sure he knows what they're doing as far as a full count. Pujols decides he's not going to go, so Albert's off the bag. Foul back. Adrian Gonzalez had to come out of the game tonight. His back was bothering him. He was 0 for 3, struck out twice. So the Dodgers have brought in Justin Turner. That means Howie Kendrick is the first baseman. Turner plays third. Seager on deck, and Kendrick hits after him as Utley fouls off another. 7-11 for the Angels with an error. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Angels trying to make it 4 in a row, having arrived here fresh from a 3-game sweep in Seattle. They were delighted of that because they recently had lost 6 in a row at home. And that's going to go foul right away. Still 3 and 2. And down goes Utley, so he goes 0 for 4.
Shortstop number 5.
Dodgers are certainly a bad ad for home cooking. And here comes Seager. Seager fly to center, single to left, and hit a long fly ball to left. Shane Robinson, who had just gotten into the game, made a wonderful catch over the shoulder, heading towards the scoreboard and left. And a strike. Alvarez, after 8 years in the minor leagues, finally got a look with the Tigers. Went right back down to the minors. then came up last year and hoping to stay. Working on Corey Seager. Last year, the Dodgers beat the Angels 5 games out of 6, winning all 3 here. So the Angels are trying to return the favor. 1-2 the count to Corey Seager. (7-3) Angels. They've led after they took the lead in the 3rd inning. The Dodgers had a brief 2-0 lead in the 2nd. Cracked bat, I'm sure. Absolutely. Celery stalks at midnight. So Corey going to get another bat. One ball and 2 strikes. Howie Kendrick waiting on deck. Kike Hernandez, A.J. Ellis, and that gentleman. That's nice. You get dressed up like that to go to the ball game. 1-2. Two and 2. Something has kind of happened to this game. All the air has gone out of the balloon. Big hit into right field. Rounding second, on his way to third, and being in there on the throw is Culberson. So the Dodgers have first and third, 1 out, and Howie Kendrick coming up. So let's see. Mike Scioscia had Cam Bedrosian throwing in the bullpen, and he's going to take the ball from Alvarez. So here comes Cam, and we'll be right back. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. Dodgers trying to get back in the game against Cam Bedrosian, whose name is Cameron Rock Bedrosian. He's an even 6, 205-pounder. Born in Georgia, still lives in Georgia. Right-hander all the way. And he was originally signed as a first-round pick by the Angels out of high school. His dad, Steve Bedrosian, was the 1987 National League Cy Young Award winner. And he's now pitching coach for a high school in Georgia. So Cam is the youngest of 4 brothers. And ball 1. Howie Kendrick so far fly to center deep, reached on an error and singled. Alvarez made 26 pitches while he was in there. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball low at 95. The paid attendance tonight 39,583. 39,583. Seven to 3 in favor of the Angels. That's a strike. Dodgers led 2-0. Angels led 4-2. Dodgers got 1 to make it 4-3, but now it's broken open 7-3 Angels. Kendrick 1 for 3 tonight. First and third. Culberson at third. Seager at first. Fly ball to right field. Calhoun goes back and picks it off. Tagging up easily to score is Culberson. So that makes it 7-4 Angels. And we have 2 down.
Baseman, number 10, Justin Turner.
So Justin Turner coming in. Remember, Adrian Gonzalez back flared up and he had to come out. Turner, who's been a marvelous player, that .302 average ever since he joined the Dodgers. Right now, having had knee surgery, he's off to a slow start, hitting .240. 2 out and Seager at first. Fastball foul back. Cameron Bedrosian had a lot more to worry about in his young life besides a game. When Cameron was 2 years old, his 6-year-old brother Cody was fighting leukemia and relapsed on his off therapy day, and the doctor said it's not looking very good. That's a strike. Cody was rock bottom, and we said, his parents did, God, if you want him more than we do, then go ahead and take him. That's when Cameron, who happened to be a carbon copy bone marrow match, donated 500 cubic centimeters of marrow to his brother. Wow. Ball 1. Cameron's marrow went into his brother. He just started getting better every day. It was incredible. And he survived. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Down and away. So 2-2. Dodgers in the inning. Culberson batted for Baez and walked. Utley struck out, but Seager singled him to third, and he scored on Kendrick's fly ball. 7-4 Angels, bottom of the 7th. Time. Seager at first, held on by Pujols. 2-2. Check swing, they look, no swing. So 3-2 the count. Perez now reminding everybody on the infield, 2 out. Shortstop Petit turns and reminds the outfield, 2 out. It's been that kind of a game. You need a reminder every now and then. Three and 2. Yasmani Grandal on deck. There goes Seager. Foul back. Tomorrow night, Jared Weaver and Clayton Kershaw. Then the scene moves to Anaheim for 2 games. Wednesday and Thursday, Dodgers then move on to San Diego for the weekend and return to play the Reds 23rd, 24th, and 25th. All right, 3-2 to Justin. The runner goes, the pitch is high, and the inning continues. So now 2 on, 2 out. Yasmani Grandal coming up to the plate represents the potential tying run. Bedrosian has been in 11 games, 1-0 with an ERA of less than 1. Bedrosian has not allowed a home run in 9 1/3 innings. So Grandal struck out twice, hit into a double play. 2 on, 2 out. 7-4 Angels. Ball 1. Oh, and 1. 1-1. Scouts who watch Cam pitch say he is the image of his father. Strong bloodlines, great competitor. He did have Tommy John surgery back in 2011. One and 2. He took a lot off that. Cam's good size, even 6. Major league pitchers are usually bigger than that. They like him 6'3" if they can get him. 1 and 2. Swing and a miss. It gets away from Perez, who throws to Pujols, and that's the inning. So it's a tough night. Grandal strikes out a 3rd time. The Dodgers pick up 1, and at the end of 7, it's 7-4 Angels. Premium. That's the #1 live streaming sports service, and it delivers every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply, but visit MLB.tv for details. We have reached the 8th inning. Lewis Coleman will be the 4th Dodger pitcher. Maeda, Hatcher, Baez, and Coleman. And Maeda stands to lose. Shoemaker, Alvarez, and Bedrosian. Shoemaker stands to win as we go to the 8th. Petit leading it off, slices that foul, and it will go back into the crowd. 39,583 here. Quite a few, however, have decided, well, it's 10:32. Time to go home. Monday night. Petit looking like a very happy player. Shortstop single, scored a run, 1 for 3. Ground ball to third. Turner is on it. And 1 away. Now Yunel Escobar. Grounded to short, single to right, scored. Grounded to third, single to center, scored. 2 for 4, 2 runs, and hitting .309. As we mentioned earlier, he has always been a very good hitter and hit .314 for the Nationals last year. Fly ball to right field, coming in a hurry is Thompson, and makes the catch. So Trace Thompson takes a base hit away from Escobar on that little fly ball the other way.
Right fielder number 56, Cole Calhoun.
Cole Calhoun will be coming up after that good catch. Calhoun has struck out, walked, and scored. Flied to right, singled, and scored. 1 for 3, hitting .309. And of course, he's the important hitter along with Escobar, hitting ahead of Trout. Trout, all he's done is get a walk and a single and a double. Score 1 and drive in 2. Right. You look at Calhoun, and it seems like he exudes confidence. Check. Dodgers load up the right side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Seven runs, 11 hits, 1 error for the Angels. 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. Top of the 8th. And strike. 1 and 2. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th inning, Peterson, Thompson, Crawford. And among those not in the starting lineup, Yasiel Puig. We were wondering why Daniel Nava left the game. We never did get a report until just now. We were wondering why Shane Robinson came in to take over for Nava. And we get the report, a left groin strain. One thing, he hit the ball a long way to center in the 5th inning. But for Mike Scioscia, another headache, another injury. 2 and 2. Fouled away. Cole Calhoun trying to extend the inning, letting Trout have one more at bat. Two and two. Pull foul. Right in the photographer's well. So Calhoun's not going peaceably. 2 and 2. Ground ball to Utley. And there's the third out. So order has been restored after that lengthy 7. Coleman gets him 1, 2, 3. Of course, it took a good diving catch by Thompson to make it a 1, 2, 3 inning. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. 7-4 Angels. Seven to 4 in favor of the Angels, and they go to the bullpen again and bring out Michael William Moran out of Overland Park, Kansas. Went to school at the University of North Carolina. 6 feet 4, 180. 25 years old. Moran was the Royals' 40th round pick. He didn't sign. So he went to college. Big man on campus in North Carolina. And the strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. Foul back. So far tonight, Peterson has walked, struck out, flied to left, scored a run. Bottom of the 8th inning, 7-4 Angels. Dodgers led 2-0 at the end of 2, but basically it's been the Angels the rest of the way. 2 and 2. In the Dodger bullpen, Joe Blanton begins to warm up. The 9th inning, we'll have Mike Trout, Albert Pujols. Off speed. Changeup fouled off. And ball 3. Dodgers have received 4 walks to go along with their 7 hits, and they produced 4 runs. And ball 4. So the Dodgers get their 5th walk as they begin the bottom of the 8th.
Right fielder number 21, Trace Thompson.
Trace Thompson starting in place of Yasiel Puig, and Thompson has walked, homered, and grounded to third. Carl Crawford out on deck. Shoemaker, Alvarez, Bedrosian, and Morin. Maeda, Hatcher, Baez, and Coleman for the Dodgers, and that's a strike. Fastball hit late at 91 off to the right. 0-2 the count. Kind of shot put that at 73. Another one, and a high fly ball into deep left center field. She is gone. Dodgers get 2 and get close. 7-6. Up here, it looked like back-to-back changeups. So Trace Thompson hits his 2nd home run of the night. He now has 3 runs batted in. Yep, off speed, and he just killed it. So Morin gives up 2 in a hurry, and the Dodgers get close. 7-6. And ball 1 to Crawford as Yasiel Puig comes out in the on-deck circle. Well, that certainly brought the crowd alive. That's a strike. Crawford single to left, grounded out twice. 1 for 3 with a run batted in. That's that changeup. Trace Thompson saw 2 of them, I believe, and hit the 2nd one into the pavilion. 7 runs, 11 hits for the Angels, 6 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers. Nobody out. 8th inning. And fly ball, shallow center. Trout's there. Well, Crawford a fly ball, 1 away, and here comes Yasiel Puig.
And hitting for the Dodgers, number 66, Yasiel Puig.
Dodgers using their 3rd pinch hitter. Hernandez singled. Culberson walked, and now let's see about Puig. Left side loaded up, and ball one. Started him slider. That was kind of a wild swing. I don't think Yasiel had his eyes and head on that pitch. And he comes right back with a changeup. So he's certainly not afraid to throw it, no matter the hitter. Huge foul off the end of the bat. Greg Malley is warming up in the Angel bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's the left-hander. And Puig fights that off. So we'll go from that change in the very low 70s. You've seen his fastball and slider. 1 and 2. He saw the change. Trace Thompson. Off the corner, the slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 in. Chase Utley waiting on deck. And popped up, foul, coming over Escobar, and makes the catch. So Puig fouls out, and Utley coming up. Now Mike Scioscia with the left hand hitting Utley will go to the bullpen and bring in Malley. So it's been Shoemaker, Alvarez, Pedrosi, and Morin, and now Malley, and we'll be right back. Coming in with a record of 1-0. He's in his 16th game. And looking at his numbers, he's allowed 1 home run, walked 1, struck out 7. Malley is from Westminster and went to school at UC Santa Barbara. The Angels' 15th round pick just 2 years ago. So he's just 23 years old. Malley, a Dodger fan, a Lakers fan, so he knows the territory. And facing Chase Utley, who's had a tough night. Utley has struck out twice, grounded to first, grounded to second, so he has not been able to hit the ball out of the infield. Morin, while he was in there, made 23 pitches. So 2 out, bases empty, 7-6 Angels. And look at that delivery. 0-1. He was invited to spring training for an up close look. Almost won a spot on the team, and then later on was brought up. And a shot up the middle. Let's see what Utley does at first. He will hold on. So the tying runs aboard, and here comes Seager. So Utley goes 1 for 5 with a base hit to keep the door open here. Seager, fly deep to center, single to left, fly deep to left. That's when Shane Robinson made that fine over the shoulder catch, and last time up, single to right. So Corey is 2 for 4, 2 down, runner at first. Seager versus Malley. Down in the pen, Joe Blanton on the right, Kenley on the left. 7-6 Angels. Dodgers trying to get out from under a 7-3 deficit. Scored 1 in the 7th, 2 here in the 8th. Utley all of a sudden is now the tying run. Little meeting at the mound. Charles Nagy talking to Malley. When Malley was called up, he wasn't quite sure how to do it, but he called his dad, and he says to his dad, "Hey, Dad, can you get a ticket to Oakland?" His father, who's also named Greg, said, "What?" Malley said, "I got the call." And there was silence. And his father said, "What do you mean?" And Greg had to spell it out for him. "I'm going to the big leagues." Fouled away. His family went to see him pitch, and his mom brought him a suit because the Angels had a strict dress code on travel days, and he hadn't packed for anything like that. Well, he's got the count 0-2. Fastball, slider, change, curveball. Of course, his arm angles are so different, sometimes almost submarine. 0-2. He almost fell down on the mound. First pitch he made when Utley was the hitter was sidearm, almost submarine, like that. And a little ground ball to third. Coming back to get it is Escobar, who throws him out. So Malley comes in, fights his way to the third out, and we're heading for the 9th. 7-6 Angels. Dodgers getting closer thanks to Trace Thompson's 2 home runs tonight. Inning 7-6 in favor of the Angels. Joe Blanton will become the 5th Dodger pitcher. Kenta Maeda started and went 4 and gave up 4 runs. Hatcher followed by Baez. Baez gave up 3. Then Coleman and now Blanton. Blanton, who has pitched for a lot of teams, from Brownsville, Kentucky, a small village really of 800. Spent a lot of time with the Oakland Athletics, then the Phillies, then the Dodgers. He was with the Angels in 2013. Then Sacramento, the Royals, the Pirates, Omaha, and the Dodgers. So he'll be pitching to Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, and Shane Robinson in that order. Right. Trout arrived here in his last 4 games, 6 for 16. And he is 2 for 3 tonight. So 8 for 19. Check swing. He had a homer and 6 runs scored in the 4. Tonight, he has knocked into and scored 1. 7-11 for the Angels, 6-9 for the Dodgers. That's a strike. 1-2. Blanton pitching professionally since 2002. 36 years old in December. On deck, Albert Pujols. High foul, way out of play. 39,583 were with us for the start of the game. But we're now coming up to 11 o'clock. Many are here and many have gone. 1-2. Fouled another one. Fastball just missed. Well, he had him set up for that. Trout showed discipline taking the pitch. Too close for comfort. Little ground ball chasing a slider. Seager throws him out. Mike flying down the line. So 1 out in the 9th inning. That'll bring up Pujols. Fly to center. Single to center. Walk. Single to center again. His base hit in the 7th inning. Knocked in 2. His base hit in the 3rd inning. Drove in 1. So it's a big night. 2 for 3. 3 RBIs. Still hitting only .207. At the inside corner with the change. 1 ball and no strikes. Albert Pujols is going to be busy here playing first base. No designated hitter. So he has to play tonight and tomorrow. And this one is a late night game. So you wonder if he'll play first base tomorrow or not. When he gets back to Anaheim, he can always get back to designated hitter. 0-2. Look where Grandal was, and a base hit. So for Pujols, he's had 3 hits and a walk tonight. If you could see that pitch again, you could see what happened with Blanton and where Yasmani Grandal was out there, and the pitch is way in there, and that's all Pujols needed. So Blanton missed a lot on that pitch and paid the price. And now here's Shane Robinson, who took over for Nava. Struck out, flied out. Actually, Nava flied out. So for Robinson, this is his second at bat, hitting .250. Ball one. Robinson brings his hands in close to his body right there. Big bounce to third, down to second for one, back to first for two, and that's the top of the ninth inning. 5-4-3. No runs, a hit, no one left, and we are heading for the bottom of the ninth inning. 7-6 Angels. Of a night. 7-6 Angels. Dodgers have used 5 pitchers, and the Angels now bring in their 6th. Fernando Noel Salas. Guatabampo, Sonora, Mexico is where he's from. He was signed out of the Mexican League as a free agent. Couple of changes on the infield. Brandon Ryan takes over at shortstop, and Petit moves over to second base, and Gio Vitella comes out of the game. Howie Kendrick will start it off. Kendrick flied to center, reached on an error, single to left, and had a sacrifice fly. Salas is 6'2", 200-pounder. Will be 31 the end of the month. Came up first with the Cardinals 6 years ago briefly. Salas grew up never thinking about pitching in the majors. He was thinking about Mexican League baseball. 1-1. As he said, there's a lot of money to stay in Mexican League. A lot of players in the Mexican League have a chance at American baseball, but they want a lot of money. 2-1. So Kendrick trying to make things come alive with Turner on deck. Little chopper to third. Escobar is on it. And we have one out, bottom of the ninth inning.
Third baseman number 10, Justin Turner.
Justin Turner got in the game because Adrian Gonzalez had his back flare up. Adrian went 0 for 3, striking out twice. Turner's had one at bat and walked. And then Grandal on deck. Salas came up with the Angels in 2014. Went out, came back last year and this year. Strike. Basically fastball, changeup. He has a tight slider. Four-seamer he throws a lot more than anything else. And there's a hopper. Great stop by Escobar to throw him out. Wow. Big league play at third base by Yunel Escobar. That ball would really hit hard. So the Dodgers are down to their last out with the Angels 7 runs, 12 hits and 1 error. The Dodgers 6 runs, 9 hits and no errors. The Angels trying to make it 4 straight, and the Dodgers on the edge of losing 2 straight. Dodgers had beaten the Angels 8 of the last 10, and the Angels now have a 1-run lead in the 9th. Grandal a strike, right side of the infield, loaded up. Salas in the past had one big problem with the home run ball. He's allowed 2 home runs this year. And that's a strike. So the Dodgers now struggling down to their last strike. Oh, 2. Grandal still there. No balls and 2 strikes. Angels did it with walks, singles and doubles. Dodgers had 2 home runs by Trace Thompson, but to no avail. So 0-2 to Yasmani Grandal. Down and away. A lot of pitchers. Shoemaker and Maeda are of the record now. Shoemaker to win, Maeda to lose. Shoemaker, Alvarez, Bedrosian, Morin, Maile, and Salas. Almost hit him. 2-2. Maeda, Hatcher, Baez, Coleman, and Blanton. Jock Peterson waiting on deck. Peterson has a walk twice. Struck out and flied out. So 2-2 to Yasmani Grandal, and look at Perez. Change up, I think. It floated. The gun said 85, and no chance for Grandal to adjust. So the Angels come in here, extend their winning streak to 4. For Salas, he made 12 pitches to end the game. The totals again: 7 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Angels. 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. Maeda, the loser. Shoemaker, the winner. And Trace Thompson, certainly the player of the game for the Dodgers, hit a high breaking ball of Shoemaker for a home run. That was back in the 4th inning and connected again in the 8th. But the Dodgers a buck short, and the Angels win it. Tomorrow night, Clayton Kershaw against Jared Weaver. We'll look forward to seeing you then. Until then, we wish you all a very pleasant good evening, everybody.